Can somebody respond if my microphone's working? A thumbs up or something?
You're working.
All right, cool.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we are also live streaming though, just so you know. Lori, I think that's correct, right?
Yes, sir, you are correct.
All right.
All right, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Derek, how are you?
Hey, sorry about the thing with my mom. She was really touched and honored. So she was also a little nervous, so it actually maybe worked out. But she really said thank you so much.
I know she probably won't even recognize me though. You know, it's been
she was madly she was madly searching for all her yearbook or the pictures from her class. So it's so funny. Very sweet.
Well, it would have been perfect though. You know, I'm sure she wanted to see the grandkids. So.
Yeah, you know what? She's gonna.
She could have easily signed it too. So.
That's true.
Okay, I guess, hang on just a second. Okay, Superintendent Thompson, did you want me to kick everything off?
All right. Well, I think, yeah, you still, I think, let's see. So let's kick things off. Since you are Trustee Nishihara, the first member to take your oath of office again, I think I can kick it off if we're ready to go. Everybody ready to move forward?
I think so. Can you see my living room? Or
It's
my
beautiful.
oh, thanks. Just want to make sure that you could see it.
We can call the meeting to order, please.
Okay, yes. I am calling today the Board of Trustee meeting for today, December 15th, 2020. And the first order of business is for the swearing-in ceremony. So, Dr. Thompson.
All right. Well, I have the pleasure of getting to swear two of you in. And this is for Trustee Nishihara, your second term. So congratulations on that. Since I am not physically present, but I do have a volunteer who is, I'm going to officially swear you in and attest that you have taken your oath, but I would like Isabella Nishihara, your daughter, to read the script for me, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And, Isabella, if you are ready.
Yeah,
There you go.
Can you see our video?
I can.
Okay. All right, great.
Okay. I, Lance Nishihira,
I, Lance Nishihira,
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of
to
California,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office of which I am about to enter.
All right.
Congratulations. May I
Oh, wow.
may I say
Wow,
something?
Oh, of course, of course.
Okay. At this point, I would like to first of all congratulate Mr. Nishihara for getting elected for a second term, but I would also like to thank him for the excellent job that he has done as president of our board the last year. It has been a very challenging year, really difficult in many ways, unprecedented, many new things that he need to learn along with the rest of us. And he did a great job leading our district. I also want to add that he is a very student-centered person. When he made decisions, he really looked at the bottom line, and that is our students. And he is a great example of what I call a servant leader. He was not doing it for himself. He was doing it for our students. And I'm really, really grateful that we have had the opportunity to have him serve as our president. So thank you so much. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Nishihara for the second term.
Thank you. I got my own built-in audience here. All right, thank you very much for those very, very kind words, Member Canlis.
And
You're welcome.
Trustee Nishihara, I believe you have we have our other helper at this point in time, your better half, who handed you your plaque, right? So we can't see it from.
I did.
Yeah, thank you over there. So that's far away, but you got a plaque for your thanking you for your service for your time.
Thank you so much. This is actually beautiful. This is beautiful. Thank you very much.
Can I say something too?
Of course. Of course, Sir Pete.
Member Nishihara,
Mhm.
welcome back to the board,
Well, thank you.
and thank you for your service. And you bring a parent's perspective because you are the only board member who has kids in our school, so we appreciate that.
Oh, thank you very much, Member Chima.
So we will make a better team
Okay, fantastic.
this time around. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. With that, I think we will shift over to the next oath of office, which will be Superintendent Thompson. Do you want to maybe take it from here? Oh, I think you're muted.
Man, you'd think that would just never, that just always happens. Anyway, I'd like to welcome one of our new board members, Michael Gonzalez, to the board, and I have the pleasure of swearing Mr. Gonzalez in. So are you ready?
Okay, so just never assume though that we're already automatically unmuted by our hosts. All right, we got to unmute ourselves. So
Yeah.
Just a little. Okay. Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So and state your name,
I, Michael Gonzalez,
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will, and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. No turning back now. You're officially in.
Thank you.
Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Can I say something, President Nishira?
Of course.
Congratulations, Michael Gonzalez, on your election to the board. And I just came to know today, after winning his election, he changed his phone number so that nobody can call him and congratulate him. So we cannot ask for more, being a teacher yourself. So I think our team is very, very strong now, and we have teachers' voice on the board. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well then we will move on to the swearing in of trustee Melissa Schwinn-Mallory.
Okay,
My
and
turn,
we
right?
have Council Member Aisha Wahab here to do that for us. And if you're ready, go take it away, Council Member.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do just want to say that this is a great honor. So I really appreciate being able to be a part of this particular ceremony. And congratulations to all the winners. Melissa, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, right hand up. I, Melissa Schwinn-Mallory,
I, Melissa Schwinn-Mallory,
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, it's official.
Thank you. Yay.
Congratulations and welcome
Thank
to
you.
our team.
Very excited.
Who would have known when we met a long time ago in January to cheer for all the schools in California?
Yes,
All right.
I remember.
It was a lot of work.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Can I say something?
of
President
course,
Nishihara?
member Chima.
So welcome, Melissa, to the New Haven board. Thank you for your hard work. Now you will know, being an elected official, what it takes and how do we do. I know you from a club we started in Union City, a progressive club. So I knew that you are interested in running until your candidacy became real. So we are glad that you are bringing a very new perspective to the board. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work campaigning and winning. And thank you, Council Member Aisha Baha, for taking the time to come here to this board and perform this ceremony for Melissa.
Thank you.
We are
Thank
proud of your service too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good luck, guys. You guys are all in good hands. Okay.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I'm honored to serve on the board with all of you, and I look forward to working together. And I do want to thank Councilmember Wahab for coming. Part of my area is in South Hayward, and she has been such a great mentor to me. And so it's really great that she was here to swear me in.
Okay. Great. I don't think that there's any further business right now. So the board will now convene to close session starting in 15 minutes. Oh,
Hold
it's
on,
15 minutes, right?
Yeah, we do have, we have the, I don't know if there's anybody who has public comment on closed session items, and let's see, do we? Yeah, and I think we have to take.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's take roll. I think since we're here, we take roll call. It's scheduled to take roll call, approve the agenda.
All
and
right,
then
give
see
me-
if there's anybody who has a closed session.
Yeah, give me just a second. Let me pull that up. Okay, so, all right. Sorry, I usually do this on two screens and I'm doing it on one, so give me just a second.
Did you guys enjoy all the reading? That light reading you got?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read. Just a second. All right, live streaming. Okay, so the Board of Education for Tuesday, December 15th at 2020 will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N29-20 supersedes any prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space, even if social distancing guidelines are followed. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for the swearing in of our re-elected and newly elected board members. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on the NHUSC Board of Education webpage. To participate in this online meeting, please see the link in our on our website. Are there any speakers for closed session items? Let me move over here. I do have one comment here for Mr. Gavin Smith. So, Mr. Gavin, let me just give you the. Oh, actually, Lori, can you make me the co-host for this, please? Either that or you can, yeah. Okay, great. All right, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, this is just a question because I've never gone this early, and can I log off and come back when the 6 o'clock meeting begins?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Congratulations. to everyone.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you. Okay. Yep.
And then trustee Nishihara, just a procedural note, we have the way that we set this agenda up had the roll call and the approval of the agenda prior to going into closed session.
Oh, I see that now. I see that. Yep. All right. So moving on to item 2.1, roll call.
Canlis,
Here.
Chima,
Here,
Gonzalez,
Here.
Nishihira,
Here.
Schwinn Mallory.
Here.
All right. Moving on to 2.1. May I have a motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
second,
So that's member Canlis, member Chima. Discussion.
None.
none,
Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Chima,
aye,
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Okay. There being no, okay. All right. There being no speakers, the board will now convene to closed session.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Lance, did you know the student board members are going to be present tonight?
I did not know that.
Jessica is unable to attend. I am expecting Isabel. I haven't heard from her.
All right. All right, we're going to wait for the rest of our trustees to join. We got 1, 2. All right, as soon as Trustee Gonzalez joins us, we will move forward.
Just 30 seconds.
Okay. Superintendent Thompson, do we have somebody reaching out to Member Gonzalez?
Yeah,
I just sent him a text.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Gonzalez. Looks like we have member Gonzalez now, so now we can get started. The board will now convene to open session and report out from closed session. The board took two actions in closed sessions. First, the board took action related to item 4.3 by a 5-0 vote to approve the separation agreement between the district and an employee. Second, the board took an action related to item 4.1 by a 5-0 vote to appoint Stella Castillo to the elementary school position at Hillview Crest Elementary. Ms. Castillo is present at today's meeting, so I would like to invite her into the meeting so that we can congratulate her. So just a second, let me find her. She was just here.
I see her.
She's in.
Okay, she's in.
Yeah.
Got it.
We see her.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I thank you for the opportunity to be principal of Hillview Crest Elementary. I am sad to say goodbye to my students and staff and families at Emmanuel and Searles, but I'm really excited to be part of the Hillview Crest community and its hardworking, dedicated staff. I cannot wait to meet our students and collaborate with our families and community members. Go Huskies!
All right.
Go Huskies.
Go Huskies.
Congratulations, Ms. Castillo.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's just only a few years back we saw you, your previous appointment. So thank you.
Thank
Congratulations. Take good care of our Huskies. I don't know if you know this or not, but Hillview Crest has been my family's elementary school for years. So take good care of them. They'll be great. There's a great community out there, a lot of great support. So happy to have you aboard.
Thank
Papa
you.
Husky is watching.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Stella.
Have a good evening.
Okay. All right. As a reminder, the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, the 15th, December 15th, 2020, will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N-29-20 supersedes prior instructions and prohibits the gathering space, even if social distancing guidelines are followed. The URL for the YouTube live streaming may be found on the NHUSD Board of Education website and began at 4:30 when the oath of office was administered. And we welcome two new board members, Mr. Michael Gonzalez and Ms. Melissa Schwen Mallory. If you'd like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom if you are calling in by phone, or if you are calling in by phone, dial *9 and wait to be called on. We have no community member comments ahead of this meeting at the email address. Let's see if we, okay. All right, additionally, I want to remind the public that we will not, that the board will not be responding to questions posed in the making of public comment this evening. The board will now begin its annual reorganization meeting. All right, so we are now moving on to 6.1, and our first order of business is to elect a board president. Are there any nominations?
I would like to make a nomination.
Okay,
I would like to nominate Member Chima for board president.
okay. And I would like to nominate Member Kenlis as board president. Okay, so it looks like, why don't we do this? Why don't we, if there is a, okay, so then at this point, I would like a motion and a second to affirm, to appoint Member Chima as board president.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Melissa, she made the motion. Now there's
I made the
time to
motion.
make a second. Yeah, now to make the time to second. I can second myself.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to support myself because as we agreed just this last few years, if you look at the list, Member Chima was president in 2018. And the agreement we had was that we will give everybody opportunity to have their turns according to what we had discussed. And it is my turn. And I think I'm a very experienced person to lead this board as your president.
Okay. And I will, I will.
May I make a comment to myself?
Yes.
So as you see the history from 2010 or 11, I was not given chance for a long time to serve as a clerk. I was denied the opportunity and or president. So if you see all the clerk's positions or the board president positions, I served only one time. I think it's fair enough. It's a social justice issue for me personally that we gave everybody chance. So especially after the last strike, I felt very left out. I was targeted for saying my positions. So I think it's the right time to correct that record. Okay. And for the experience sake, we are equally experienced. Both me and Linda, we got elected to the board in 2010. It depends upon how do you define experience. I have a variety of experience myself in different settings. So qualification, so to speak, in this sense is very subjective.
Okay, so I'll comment now. I've heard everything that's been said so far. I think I'd also like to point out that there's a very important technical aspect to the presidency right now, which is around presiding around Zoom meetings. My understanding is that Member Canlis currently presides over Zoom meetings with AXPA, and with that experience, given our current situation, I think that the other thing that we have to look at is the kind of the technical fluency of the tools that we use for remote meeting, for presiding over remote meetings. So all the things that I've mentioned, or that Member Canlis has mentioned, as well as those particular you know, points of expertise that are required, is why I am one of the reasons why I am supporting Member Canlis for the president, for the role of president.
So I have a further comment.
Okay.
Discussion also.
Yeah. So I serve on the Mission Valley ROP. That's where I also hold public meetings, Zoom meetings. We are all capable of having Zoom meetings. I don't think that's a very special kind of qualification. I have not bragged myself, but I have served as a civil engineer for 19 years, and I have used very, very complex softwares. So I am equally, or if not more, equally qualified technically.
Okay, Member Gonzalez.
Yes, I checked the bylaws, and this unspoken rule of changing presidents, everybody gets a chance. I could not find it, but reality is I'm the tiebreaker. You know, if you can restate in 30 seconds why I should vote for both of you, or either of you.
That's because I have a good sense of humor. No. You know, at the end of the day, Michael, Member Gonzalez, and Member Mallory, it doesn't matter who the president is. It's whoever going to do the best for our children and lead this group to be a collaborative group. I would like to be your president. However, if you feel like voting for Chima and we work together for our students, I am fine with that. Okay. Because at the end of the day, our job is to do what's best for our students and form a collaborative team right here. And I know that's what you want to. So if you feel you want to go one way or the other, I'm okay.
Yep.
So
All right.
My turn.
Okay.
Michael. So I have to have my pitch now. So I have previously stated my reasons. Right now, what's going on around us, pandemic. I don't want to make it a drama myself. So thank you, Member Gonzalez, for being so generous. We are a one team, but we are elected for different priorities. We have different priorities. Number one is our students. But at the same time, in this year's social justice movement, it speaks a lot. I don't want to repeat all those things. Being a minority myself, because I did not get a chance before to serve, so I'm asking you to vote for me this time.
Okay, so procedurally, here's what to expect. We have a motion on the second on the table right now to appoint member Chima as the board president. We will have a roll call now. Depending on how the roll call goes, we will either have a president or the motion will fall and we will create another motion. So with that, are there any other further discussions before we move to the vote? Okay, roll call, please.
Amlis,
No.
Chima,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nishihira,
No.
Schwinn Mallory.
Yes.
Okay, 3-2, the motion passes, and member Chima, you are now the board president.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Member Gonzalez. Thank you, Member Nishira. Thank you, Michael Gonzalez, and thank you, Melissa, for nominating me. Thank you. In the end, we are all one team, and we will work together.
All right. Well, with that, Trustee Can or President Chima, you may take over the meeting from here.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, so we have to appoint board clerk. Are there any nominations for board clerk? I am nominating Melissa for the clerk's position. Is there any second? Or is there any other nomination? Second. Any discussion, questions, comments? Being no comments, no questions. May I have a motion and a second to affirm Trustee Melissa Schwinn Mallory as board clerk?
I think you have a motion and a second.
Roll call, please.
You need to do a
Roll call, please. Roll call.
Amlis,
Aye.
Chima,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I look forward to us all working together.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next item is 6.2, agenda item number 6.2, appointments to standing committees and board representative to other agencies or board other agencies. So at this time, we will review and make appointments to standing committees and board representatives to other agencies. I hope you have taken a look at all of those committees, and if you have any preference, you can let me know. So we will go one by one.
Okay. Do you want to go by the position first or by the member first?
I think a position first, that will be out of the way then.
Okay.
So by definition, we are at the Board of Education and City Council Subcommittee, 1-year term 2020, which is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So board president, board clerk will continue as the board's representative to the subcommittee. So this is just by the position. Other committees, we can have the people, board members, they can let me know their interest. So first is a Mission Valley Regional Occupational Program, MVROP. I am serving currently on that board. If anybody else is interested, please let me know now. And this is a 2-year commitment. It's like a mini board, like we are having this board meeting. It's just same, but there is one representative from Newark, one from Fremont, one from New Haven. So 3 board members, and then they have every other month meeting. It's just like our board meeting. There is the agenda, budget process, and hire and all that stuff.
Is this you need an alternate for this position, for this committee, right?
Yes, there will be alternative, or if somebody wants to be the member to serve on that committee, that'd be fine too.
What
And
time do they usually have their meetings?
And their meetings are on Thursdays, and then meeting starts at 3:30 p.m. If there are no takers, I can still serve on that, but then somebody would like to serve as a alternative.
I'm happy to serve as the alternate. That would regularly conflict with work, so I'm happy to be an alternate if you need someone to attend.
Okay, anybody else?
Can I make a comment or a question?
Sure.
And just to warn you, I'm going to always be referring to my background in Hayward Unified School District. On their agenda, it gave a time frame, like if this is a daytime thing or it can happen after work. I know some of us have some other commitments that we can't make it. So I mean, that would be the only recommendation. Like, what are the committees that does not meet in the daytime?
Okay, so there will be more. There will be the next committees. So just wait if you are. So for first one, Mission Valley ROP. So I will continue to serve, and Melissa will be the alternative. Okay. Another one is Alameda County School Boards Association. It's 1-year term. Currently, member Canlis is the EXBA. She also member Canlis. Are you the president of the EXBA too at this time?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, and would you like to continue your service, or you want to change it?
I think I could continue if somebody doesn't want to, but if they do, it'd be good to have 2 of us at these meetings.
Right now, President Nishihira is the alternative. Would you like to continue your service, member Nishihira?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being an alternate.
Okay, so that's it. That's done. Next is SELPA, Special Education Local Plan Area Policy Board. And this meeting is also daytime. If staff can update us about the time, because I have never served on that committee before.
Yeah, we had a meeting today, actually. They're usually at 10 o'clock on Tuesdays in the morning. So if you have a full-time job, that's your, or you can't sneak away from your job, you should not sign up for this committee.
And how often is the meeting?
It
3
ranges
times a
between
month.
once a month to quarterly, depending on what's going on.
Even in this pandemic, so they're meeting quarterly?
Yep, we met today.
Okay. So right now, member Wang is not here anymore, so we need to have a member to serve on that. And also, member Canlis was the alternative. Would you want to serve member Canlis or anybody else?
I'm interested in it.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't want to be an alternate for this one.
Okay. Anybody, any takers? So I think we can we leave your name as it is, member Canlis?
No, I do not want to be an alternate. No.
Okay, okay. So right now there are no takers, so I think we can leave it as it is then. We will see.
I think you'll need an alternate if member Canlis is declining it.
This is a required committee that requires a quorum when they meet. It's really important to have an alternate.
So what happens if nobody steps up, volunteers?
I believe member Gonzalez, did you say you were interested?
No, he is the member, but we need to have an alternative.
Oh,
It's a
I guess
quarterly
that will
meeting.
be-
It's a quarterly meeting. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for stepping up, trustee Mallory. Okay, so we got that done. Next is California Interscholastic Federation, North Coast Section, 1-year term, member Wang. This has, I think, only once in a year or so meeting, right?
I'll volunteer for that one. I was that a couple of years ago, so I wouldn't mind.
Right.
signing up for
Okay.
that.
Okay, member Nishihira will serve as the board's representative. Thank you. Next one is done. So me and board clerk. Next is Union City Youth Violence Prevention Advisory Committee, 1-year term. So President Nishihira is currently the representative.
I'll be an
Would you like-
alternate.
Okay, so member Nishihira, would you continue to serve on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll serve as the representative, and member Canlis will be serving as the alternate. Next is the New Haven Schools Foundation. So any takers from to serve as a primary board representative, and President Nishihira will serve as the alternate. Any change in here?
I can be the primary. It's fine. I've been going to the meetings anyway.
Okay. And
I'll be an alternate. I'll be an
Okay.
alternate.
Okay, thank you. Good. It's all done. Okay, Budget and Finance Committee. So right now, both member Canlis and member Chima, we serve on this. Member Canlis, would you continue to serve on that?
Yeah.
Okay, any takers to take my role, Melissa or Michael or Lance?
I'd be interested in it.
Okay, so instead of my name, so member Canlis and trustee Gonzalez. They will serve on the Budget and Finance Committee. And the next
need
is New
an-
Haven Communication and Advocacy.
Wait, you need an alternate.
No, no, you and Michael Gonzalez, both of you.
As
On budget.
primary, right, as primary reps, you will need an alternate.
I
Member
see, the
Wang?
third member, right.
Yeah.
So then, Melissa, would you be interested as an alternative?
Sure, why not?
Okay, thank you. And next is New Haven Communications Advocacy Committee member, President Nishihira was and member Corr.
I can continue on as a primary
Can
member.
continue. So
I would like to
anybody-
serve as well.
Okay, so you are an alternative on the Budget and Finance, and here you are the member. So who would like to become the alternative then?
I'll do that.
Okay, so member Nishihira and member Mallory will serve as the primary representatives, and member Canlis will serve as the alternative. All done. So may I have a motion and second to approve the appointments to standing committees and board representatives to the other agencies?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, comments, questions? Roll call, please.
Camlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Next agenda item is 6.3, date and time of regular board meetings. I would like to confirm that the board will continue meeting on the first and third Tuesdays of each month, and that the calendar adopted at the regular board meeting on June 23rd, 2020 for the 2020-2021 school year will remain in effect. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I would also like to confirm that a 5 p.m. start time for closed session and 6 p.m. start time for the open session during shelter in place is still acceptable.
Yes.
Is this acceptable to all members?
I just want to mention 5 is usually the earliest I can start.
But you can make it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Then may I have a motion and a second to approve the date and time of regular board meetings?
So moved.
Any
Second.
second? Any discussion, further discussion, comment? Having no discussion, no comments, roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Just a point of order, according to the bylaws, with a code with 9100, during the organization meeting, we're supposed to be appointing the superintendent as secretary of the board. Is that something that we have to do explicitly, or is that just implied?
It's
Yeah,
usually implied.
Yeah, and and you've actually, yeah, you could. I think you're good. It's something that I've already been appointed by the board, and we still.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Agenda item numbers 7.1. Public comment, hearing of visitors on topics not on agenda. Because of COVID-19 shelter-in-place order, the district has provided the opportunity for community members to address the board via email at publiccomments@newhaven unified school district.k12.ca.us. The deadline to submit comments was today at 2 p.m. Prior to the deadline, there were no comments regarding items not on the agenda. Are there any community members that wish to address the board on topics that are not on agenda? Please raise your hands. So seeing none.
No, there's 2.
Oh, there are 2. I don't see them. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, yes, I do see them. Okay. Okay, first one is Maria Ramirez. Can you let them in, Lori or Dr. Thompson?
Okay.
Because I'm not the co-host yet, I believe. I don't have the capabilities.
Let me take a look.
Ms. Chima, I did make you co-host. I believe Michael Gardner had his hand up first. I will find him and allow him to speak. Mr. Gardner, just a moment, please. Okay, Mr. Gardner, I've just cleared you. If you'll unmute yourself, be great. Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you,
Michael
Lori.
Gardner, speaking as an individual, but also I just want to welcome the new school board members, Melissa and Michael. NHA was happy to endorse you and to help support your election, and we look forward to the ways that you're going to make sure that our school district improves for all students. And so I just want to thank you and welcome you to the school board.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker is Maria Ramirez.
Maria, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm just want to echo what the other gentleman just said, that I'm looking forward to, in spite of everything that's going on, a productive year, a community oriented, a social justice, and to keep the spirits of our kids strong, because this is the most trying, especially for our youth. So I appreciate the interest in the new board members and the ones that are back again. I just want to wish you the best so we can have what we need in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for taking the time to come here and speak to the board. And we need more community members like yourself to be engaged, having in continuous conversation with the board and giving us feedback from the community side. Thank you. So speakers, agenda item number 8, public comment, hearing of visitors on topics on the agenda. Are there any speakers? There are 3. Okay.
Hello, Michael Gardner again, speaking for item 9.2 on mental health. NHTA has passed a resolution on that issue, and I will send it to the members in addition to links to the research of the sources, but will read the overall conclusion, which says, we did all the whereases. Therefore, it be resolved that New Haven Teachers Association will adopt the policy that during coronavirus pandemic, while planning for virtual instruction, safely opening to in-person instruction or any hybrid alternative, that we also advocate steps be taken to prioritize the social and mental well-being for students and staff in addition to other health and safety concerns. I know that this is a very important issue to many people on the board, and just NHTA wants us to never forget that this is having, other than learning loss, there's also a lot of social and emotional learning loss during this time, and that we believe it's important that this school board and the district do things to support both students and staff in what is almost certainly the hardest time any of us have gone through, probably one of the most traumatic things in the world in my lifetime. So that is the policy of NHTA. I wanted to share it with the board, and the resolution along with the links to the research will be sent to the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Gardner, for being a partner in addressing those mental health issues and coming out today. I appreciate that. Next speaker is Joe Angeles.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, staff. Just let me start it out by saying congratulations to President Chima on your appointment.
Thank
to
you.
lead the Board of Education. I appreciate your time and effort to continue that service. And of course, I'd also like to say a welcome and congratulations to both Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Mallory. Your dedication to the same conversation in those different things just mentioned short in a minute is really helpful to change up the direction of what we've been doing and what we need to move forward. So again, as NHTA president, we appreciate that. In terms of my true comments, I did want to say we wanted to make sure that you consider, I know today there will be a planned presentation about the special ed conditions. We know the special ed conditions are under review by the CDE, but we also know, as we experienced from this COVID planning, that plans really need to have some good intent and conversation to make it work. And I'm hoping that the plan that's been kind of presented to some of the staff at the different sites for special ed has brought up some concerns, especially concerns that impact possible contract, what do you call that? Contract conflicts, as well as just the way that program be administrated in terms of the mix of staff, NHTA staff and non-staff from NHTA units. So we are concerned about that. We look forward. I did have a chance to talk to Ms. Kapler about that, but we want to make sure that the conversation is really full and direct about what needs to happen, because we've had our lessons learned through this COVID, that if we don't have a good conversation, it sometimes makes us go a step backwards a little bit. So I'm hoping we can have that conversation really up front and go forward with that whole idea of the plan, because I know it is needed, but we know that we haven't had a full conversation even to this point. So I appreciate your consideration on that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Angeles, for coming out. In this pandemic, we need to work together. There is so much need to address this mental health issue. And I'm really thankful for partnering with us to bring that mental health resolution to the board today, later on in the action item. Thank you. Next speaker is Kamea Smith.
Good evening, President Nishihara, Board Trustees, Superintendent Thompson, staff, and New Haven community. As a pre-K special education teacher and parent to my son with autism, I support the need to provide inclusion opportunities for pre-K special day class students. However, significant concerns have been expressed regarding the Kidango Inclusion Classroom as described in the Special Education Plan attached to Agenda Item 9.2. To begin, how appropriate is the Kidango setting for our pre-K SDC students? Kidango's learning approach relies on the child to initiate and ask questions, which leads to talking, which leads to exploring. This language-reliant self-discovery approach can run counter to the structured routines, consistency, and behavior management strategies that many of our pre-K SDC students need to support their learning and behavioral development. Frequently, our pre-K SDC students do not acquire social language skills through observation, incidental learning, or imitation, and instead need structured learning opportunities, repetition, and reinforcement. Our pre-K SDC students need follow-through on expectations with academic behaviors, pacing, and overall learning readiness to enable success in a general education kindergarten setting. Kidango's child-centered approach is not conducive to the academic expectations and behavioral shaping that our students need. The differences that occur between these two approaches can create a lack of appropriate support and an inconsistency, which can undermine the success of our pre-K SDC students. Secondly, the proposed plan identifies collaboration time with preschool staff as a required resource. Working collaboratively is easy to say, but when disagreements occur, who makes the final decision? This begs the question, among the one NHUSD teacher and the Kidango staff, who will supervise whom? My greatest concern is in regard to the lack of awareness in the development and implementation of this plan among pre-K special education teachers, DIS providers such as speech and language pathologists, and teachers more knowledgeable than I on our existing NHUSD and NHTA agreement. The concerns I've shared are not all that I've heard, and I dare say that others who look closely at this plan will find more. Will this Kidango inclusion program be open to all pre-K SDC students or only a select few? And if so, what will the criteria that includes some and excludes others? Has this plan been reviewed with a perspective that respects the existing NHUSD and NHTA agreement? I respectfully request for a more comprehensive team approach to develop a plan to provide inclusion opportunities for pre-K special day class students be initiated. It's my hope that these concerns are addressed before adoption of the plan presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your concerns and your input. It's a board's policy not to entertain any discussion at this time, but staff does take a look, take a note, and then they will address appropriately. Thank you so much. Next is agenda item number 9. Presentation of the 2021 first interim budget and local control funding formula budget overview for the parents. Anath Heldman.
Sorry about that. I was looking for my unmute button. Good evening, trustees, and congratulations to the new board members and staff and those who are tuned in. Annette Heldman, I am the district's Chief Business Officer. If someone could please allow me to share my screen for my presentation, that would be great.
It's done. You should have access.
Okay, there it is. All right. So before I start, as President Chima mentioned, this is a presentation of the first interim report, as well as the budget overview for parents. There are 2 presentations. I'm going to start with the first interim report. I assume everyone can see my screen. So normally, in a normal year, the first interim would be the first revision to the adopted budget. For this year, it is the second time that we are revising the budget. So it's the 3rd version. And that is because in late July, we did a 45-day revised budget, given the significant differences between the May revise and the final state signed by the governor. So on your screen is simply the authority that requires us to complete a first interim report. So the first interim report takes is a culmination of every financial activity from July 1st through the end of October. On your screen is a budget cycle, and I'm simply taking you through what that looks like in a given fiscal year. So we adopted the budget in June. On a normal year, 45-day budget is not that common, but we had that this year, as mentioned already in terms of the reasons. And we are now in the first interim, which is December. So if this was, as I always say, if this was a directional sign, then we are in this orangey peachy color. We will be then presenting the next one in March. By that time, we would have more information from the unveiling of the governor's January proposals. So this is what the budget cycle looks like in a given fiscal year. We always start with the planning factors, what we refer to as the planning factors. Essentially, our budget is based on assumptions. And those assumptions are based on either what we are told or what we are given at the state level or the guidance from our county office of education. And in this case, these are the revenue assumptions for state revenues, because everything else, there's not a whole lot of state revenues anymore because a lot of them were folded into the formula that we are under, which is the local control funding formula. So just to show you that these are those assumptions or the factors that are utilized in terms of the numbers that you are about to see in the coming pages. So with those assumptions for the current year, this is how we would calculate the LCFF. Now, as I've mentioned this in previous presentations, this is a very simplified single year version of how we look at our LCFF revenue. So what this means is for 2021, our state revenue from LCFF is about 100.9 million. And as you know, LCFF is divided into different buckets, if I may call them. We have the supplemental, the grade span, and the base allocation. So all of those put together, we have zero COLA, because that's what we have this year. There is a COLA, but it's not funded. Therefore, for us, it means nothing. It's zero COLA. And this is our unduplicated pupil count. And all of those play a role in calculating our LCFF revenue. Oops. So that's for the current year. And then these are the ones for the out years. Now, what these are, so earlier what I showed you, let's see, did I skip something? No, I didn't skip something. So earlier what I showed you were the assumptions or the factors, and those are coming to us from the state level. There are some factors that play into calculating our revenue, and those are internal district factors. And those are our enrollment. As you know, that plays a big role in figuring out how much we can expect from the state. And then there's the average daily attendance, and then there's a COLA, and of course, these different things. And what we're seeing here as a summary level is in the current year, in the previous screen, I showed you that our LCFF projected revenue for this year is 100.9 million. I wanted to call your attention to the last line here. This means that based on the assumptions that we know at this point in time for the coming 2 years, for the 2 out years, in 21-22, we will gain an additional $74,000. That would be in addition to the 100.9 million. However, in 22-23, we will be losing 4.4 million. And in the coming slides, I will show you what's happening, why that is such a drastic drop. So this is how we do the multi-year. Now, there's a lot of small numbers here, but there's actually a different type of summary that would better present this, just because there's a lot going on here. This is actually collapsed into a single page, but there are a lot of things happening in between these rows and columns in terms of the actual work product that we work on. But just to share that this follows the model of the multi-year projection at the state level. we are required to use what is called SACS, which is the state software for financials for local agencies. For the benefit of our new board members, it is the software. It doesn't matter where you are up and down the state. It doesn't matter your size. It doesn't matter your population. We all have to use the state software, and this models that multi-year projection sheet that they use, or that's embedded in the state system. Now, this is essentially a summarized version of the previous screen. So if I may take you through it, essentially it's saying here's our income, and then here's our expenses, and here is our shortfall. If you compare the income and the expenses, we are short. However, we're tapping into our balance from the prior year, and that's helping us out. And that's why we're showing that whatever we ended last year, moving into the new year is our beginning balance. And it goes on. It flows into the next 2 years. As required by AB 1200, we do have to show a balanced 3-year budget. So this simply, we wanted to show you how the movement happens from the current year to the next out year to the following out year. And looking at this, as you can see, we don't have a problem this year. And we may not even have a problem next year, because as you can see in the bottom, we're able to balance, and the ending balance that's moving, that's flowing from one year to another, is helping us manage that. However, for 22-23, we do have a budget shortfall of 7.6 million. So keeping that in mind, the ending balance from prior year moves forward. And however, in 22-23, there is that problem. There is that structural problem. We will now look at an augmented version of this, because I won't be able to submit this and certify this to the county office. And therefore, we make some augmentations and adjustments to our budget. So this is the detailed version of the augmented multi-year. Again, there's a lot of numbers here, so I'm going to take you to the high-level summary. So now the 7.6 million in 22-23 is gone. And how did that happen? We are making assumptions that we would need to be reducing in 21-22 by $2 million. If those are all ongoing reductions, remember, $1 saved now is $2 tomorrow. So same logic, that would flow into the following year. So I want to go back to this. The thing is, as I want to make this clear, we don't have a problem this year. We look to be okay in 21-22. However, if we wait until 22-23 to address that issue, it's nearly impossible to find more than $7 million in cuts or in reductions in a single year. The one thing, though, is, a lot could happen between now and then. And that's the job that we do in terms of getting update and information in terms of the state level, and constantly looking at our ADA and enrollment. But just to know that, we may not have problem in these 2 years, but that 7.6 is very severe to try to manage in a single year. So I'm going to fast forward to where I left off. So this is the augmented multi-year. This is, again, I just wanted to point out, by chunking it in a more manageable amount, it makes it not too daunting. But again, remembering that a lot could happen. In fact, all of this, the one thing I can guarantee you is all the numbers I'm presenting to you tonight will be wrong by the time we get to January, if not sooner. But for now, these are the factors that we have. So I added this page that I think I started using it just recently, but this takes you through what's happening within the budget cycle. I'm calling it tracking the budget bottom line, but we're looking at how that budget shortfall is changing from every reporting period. So when we adopted the budget, that very troubling 10% cut as far as the May revise. This is, remember this number, we were going to have a 32.1 million deficit by the time we get to 22-23. All of that changed, and we did the 45-day revision. It's a much much better picture than what we knew as of the May revise. So now we're at the first interim. And like I said, the shortfall is in the third out year, 7.6 million, which we could potentially manage this way if everything else remained constant, if nothing changes on any other factors. So that's what I wanted to show on that. So what, going back to the budget cycle, these are the things that are, you know, they play a big role in terms of what we do in updating our finances as a district. So we've gotten the CalPADS report. There's a little bit of good news there. If you all recall, we were projecting a drop from prior year of 280. The raw numbers, they're not certified yet, but the raw numbers, as we've looked into them, is actually a much lower, well, not much lower, but it's a lower drop. About 230 is the actual to actual. It's a positive news, but it's not certified, so we're not going to count on that yet. However, we're keeping that in mind in terms of updating our numbers moving forward. The other thing, though, is in terms of the current year and the near term revenue from LCFF, that improvement in terms of our projection versus potentially actual enrollment is not going to help us this year. And I explained that in my executive summary. And the reason why it's not going to help us is, number one, we still declined. It's just not as much as we had projected. Number two, we are still held harmless at the state level in terms of ADA, meaning we're going to be funded based on 1920. So for trending in the future, that could be a good thing because we're now 2 years into it where the actual drop is lesser than the projected drop. But in terms of revenue, it's not going to do anything for us this year and not next year either. So these are the following steps that we would be looking at. Tonight, you would be in a separate item later on, you would be requested or staff would be recommending approval of the first interim budget update. And in January, we would be presenting to you the audited financial report for 1920, because all that work happened in October because we closed our books in September. So the audited numbers will be presented to you next month. And then we move forward, you know, we wait for the January news from the budget from the governor, and we start over again based on those news, and we will be presenting to you the second interim sometime in March. That ends the presentation for the first interim report. I do have another presentation for the budget overview for parents. I could either take questions now or I could take them after the next presentation.
So this is an information item only. I suggest that board members, they save their questions or comments for the second presentation. Is everybody all right with that?
That's fine. Just for clarity's sake, there is going to be an action later on in the agenda.
Yeah. Yes.
Correct. Did I stop sharing by accident?
No, you're still sharing.
No, I'm still sharing. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This is now the second piece of the presentation. And similarly, there will be a separate action item for this as required from the recent trailer bill. So I'm going to start this presentation. This is what is called the budget overview.
So hold on, Nat. So this is the item number 12.3. It's an item there.
Correct. Correct. 12.3 will be taking action on this item. 12.2 will be taking action on the previous presentation item.
Right.
Okay. So this is the budget. Oh, there you go. So this is not a new thing, actually. This started in 1920 as part of the LCAP. But as you know, given the shelter in place and everything that we had to do going back to last March, a lot of things have changed. And this is one of them. So what are those changes and requirements? While the budget overview for parents is not a new item, the trailer bill made some changes to those requirements and the logistics of that particular report. Senate Bill 98, the trailer bill, and then there was a trailer to that trailer bill, which is the SB 820. So this is just to show you that these are the changes in the requirements with regards to that particular report, which is we're going to be diving into now. So this is the budget overview for parents. It's actually a very short report. In fact, the county recommended a template. What this is for additional transparency with regards to the set aside for supplemental allocation from our LCFF revenue. So the report looks like these. They're not intended to be read because they're very tiny here, but just to say that this report started in 1920. It essentially presents what our revenues are from LCFF and what the set aside dollars for supplemental grant. As you know, we get supplemental, we don't get concentration because we're not exceeding the 55%. And then it also requires that we show what was spent and what is projected to be spent for that student population that we have under the supplemental portion. So I'm going to go over each of the page just to be able to address them in detail. So this is just saying in general fund, because this is just general fund, these are the different sources of revenue. As you may recall or remember this number, 100.9 million. In our general fund, that's the majority, 75% of our money in general fund comes from LCFF. The other 25% comes from these different things. And now we have the Federal CARES Act, which is the 8.1. So this entire thing, the blue and all of these colors on the side comprise our revenue in the general fund. Now, the gray side is just simply saying of your LCFF, 91.2 is for general purpose. In 9.6, it's what's set aside for your supplemental and concentration grant. That's really what this is saying here. It's breaking that down. Oops, I went too fast. And as a requirement of this trailer bill and the trailer bill to the trailer bill, it asked us to look at or to present what are we projecting to spend in 2021 for what's the dollar amount embedded in our LCP or our learning continuity plan to serve the students who generated those dollars in LCFF. And these are exactly the same because remember, we're in 2021. This is still a projection, which is why there's no difference between these two. We're still in that year. We're still operating within 2021. However, the report also asked for 1920. And as you can see, there's a difference here. So the previous slide is simply saying this is what we're projecting this year. In 1920, this is actually what we did. So in 1920, in the LCAP plan, we had set aside 17.1 million throughout the year because those were based on the spending plan and the areas that were in need. When we closed the books, the actual spend was 16.3. So there's a little bit of a difference there. And this is what that report shows us.
Annette, may
Yes.
I interrupt you for a minute? If you can explain to the benefit of the new members, what did you mean by unduplicated students?
Sure. The LCFF is generated by, the supplemental part of the LCFF funding is generated by different components, one of which is called unduplicated pupil count. Now, what those are our students who fall in certain categories, like our English learners, our students who are eligible for free and reduced price meal, our students who are in foster care or who are in foster youth services. So the reason why the state calls this unduplicated is because we cannot gain revenue if a student falls into more than one category. We still would only be funded by one factor because it is not uncommon that we could have students who would fall into more than one of those categories.
So when you say it's 53.19%, so what do you mean by that then?
So it means when all of those things are combined without doubling up on the students that fall in multiple categories, that is our number. Those are all our students who fall into at least
Some
10
category.
of those different things.
So
And,
53% of our students, they fall into some category.
Correct.
Thank you.
I keep moving fast. Okay, that's the right one. So this is 1920, and by now we've closed those books. So we have the actual numbers, which is the 16.3. And these are a summarized version of those three different financial data that's required by the budget overview for parents as required by the trailer bills. This is just a rehash or a recap of the same numbers that I presented in the last few slides. And that concludes my presentation on those two items. And again, those two items have separate action item in the later part of the agenda.
Thank you so much. Members of the board, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. Raise your hands or.
And I stopped sharing, but I can always call it up if needed.
Any question, comment, or?
Before we ask that question, Ms. Chima, if I may, just for the public's information, I think you can see it in my screen since I'm using a virtual background. There is a book. It's at least 200 pages. That is the full book that is required when we do these mandated reports. The content of that full book is posted on the agenda as part of the packet, and it's also on our district business website. In that book, if I may, there is a section that I refer to sometimes as executive summary or as a budget message. It's a large report, but we do take all the highlights and all the most meaningful things that we are measured by in terms of the oversight agencies that look at us. And I synthesize that in a couple of pages, as short and as simple as I can. And that is the second tab of that book when you get a chance to look at it.
Thank you, Nat. Any questions, concerns, or comments? No. Okay.
Yes. Annette.
Okay.
You were talking about the budget message general fund, the second tab?
Yes, it's called Budget Message General Fund. That's correct.
That's considered the executive summary?
I refer to it as that. It is actually not a required report. Everything else is required by the state. That one is not, but it's a way of synthesizing all of the information in the book and for our community.
I just have one question. Can you elaborate on no COLA this year? I know our collective bargaining units always ask, what about the COLA money coming this year? Where did that go? And so.
Sure. There's actually a COLA. It's an index, right? So there's a COLA. However, it's not funded. I want to say it's 2.31% when the state said this is the state COLA. And what that is the increased cost of operation. However, as I've said before in previous presentations, before your time, I did say that COLA is meaningful to us when it's funded by the state. So again, there is a COLA. There is a calculated index for 2021. We have seen years without COLA, and in some cases, we have seen years with negative COLA. But in this particular year, there is a COLA calculated by the state. However, it's not funded. So it's flat funding for us. It's zero COLA, and we refer to it as just zero COLA. I hope that makes sense.
Did your question got answered, Michael? Okay, thank you. So this was just information item, and we will be taking the action later on. So right now we are on the agenda item number 9.2, presentation of the special education significant disproportionality comprehensive coordinated early intervening service plan. This is also a information item only. So our Special Services Director, Sarah Kepler, will present the information to us.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Thompson. Congratulations, new members. My name is Sarah Kepler. I'm the Director of Special Services, as Ms. Chima pointed out. Today we're going to be reviewing the special ed plan and the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, or the CSACE. Next slide. You're going to see a couple of things hyperlinked here that I won't click on exactly now, but that you can see. We're writing what's called the special education plan. If you remember earlier in October, I came before the board and explained that in special ed, we have 14 indicators that CDE looks at. Those 14 indicators have required state targets, and districts are required to make a plan to get closer and closer to the statewide target. And you'll see all of those plans linked in the link called Special Education Plan. Some of those items are disproportionate, meaning that by race, they are disproportionately represented. And those are so important that CDE has asked us to pull those aside and create a separate plan called the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services Plan, and that we are required to spend 15% of our special ed funds in general ed as preventative measures to affect those outcomes. Both the SEP and the CSACE will be presented tonight. Next slide. We do have some good news. If you look at the targets, we have positive outcomes in our dropout rate, our overall discipline rate, least restrictive environments in our K-12, in our preschool regular programs. We have many students who are in a regular program receiving something like speech, our parental involvement rate, our overall disproportionality areas, and our IEPs mostly are held on time here in New Haven. And so we're very proud of those indicators. Next slide. One of the indicators that we need to work on is element 1. And element 1 is our graduation rate. One of the things you can see in our data is that we do have improved graduation rate over time, but it's very slow and not yet at the state or county rate. Many of our students are on certificate of completion and are both of which we believe are really viable, valuable options for students under IDEA, but they're not part of the 4-year graduation cohort. And so that data is not included in the 4-year cohort. Next slide, please. So what are we going to do about that? Well, we've developed a group of staff and teachers and directors and principals to sort of talk about this. This is actually not a new area for us. And in order to improve these outcomes for our students with disabilities, we'd like to ensure that the way we exit students in our student information system is consistent between all 3 sites. That just makes our data easier to understand and easier to understand where the problem lies. We also want to provide multiple options for credit recovery. While we have a SELUS online credit recovery, and it's great for many students and actually allowed many of our special ed students to recover credits, students with disabilities also may need in-person options, especially during summer school. So we want to bring that back. We also want to look at a program that we've had for a couple of years that we no longer have called Bridges. And this is a summer program for students between the 8th and 9th grade year. It allows them to take an English and a math class, earn up to 10 credits. So they sort of start high school in the positive credit-wise, and also kind of experience what it feels like to be a high school student, learn some skills, but also start with some credits in the bank, so to speak. Next slide. I would now like to introduce you to our coordinator of special education, Megan Foster. Ms. Foster led the group for statewide assessment. Ms. Foster?
Thank you, Ms. Kapler. Good evening to the members of the board and President Chima and Superintendent Thompson, and welcome to the new board members. As Ms. Kapler said, I will be discussing element 3, which is statewide assessments. As you can see, the links for the plans are on the left for those who want to look more closely. For this area, there are 2 sections. There's ELA and math participation rate, and there's also ELA and math achievement rate. As you can see, our achievement data for English language arts, our students with disabilities are meeting standard at 9.28%, while the statewide target is 15.9%. For math, our students with disabilities are meeting the target at 7.69% that are meeting standard, while the target is 13.6%. While we have seen some improvement in our data from 2017, 2018, this remains an area of growth for us. As you see below for participation data, 90%, we have about a 90% participation rate for our students with disabilities in both ELA and in math. As you remember, the 2018-2019 school year was when we had the teacher strike. We believe this impacted our participation rate in statewide assessments for our students with disabilities. And as you also know, during the 2019-2020 school year, the state of California canceled statewide assessments for all students. Given these unusual circumstances, we do believe that when we return to in-person learning with no extenuating circumstances, that this is something that we will be able to address. Next slide, please. In order to address our achievement scores, we're going to provide professional development on the use of practice tests. This is especially important for our students with disabilities to learn how to use their accommodations prior to taking the exam. We also will provide professional development for teachers on understanding the accommodations that are available on the statewide assessments. In addition, we'll work with our non-public school partners to monitor participation in statewide assessments. We'll also include them in our professional development opportunities to discuss on statewide assessments. Now I will return it to Ms. Kapler to discuss element 6.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foster. So as you have seen from our data K-12, special education students, about 70% of them participate in general ed classes. However, in our preschool, 52% of our students are in a special day class, while the target is to be below 31%. In New Haven, we have a history of having only SDC or speech options for our preschool students, and CDE is really requiring that we provide more opportunities for inclusion for preschool students. This is tricky. As the board knows, Kidango holds our contract for our preschool students, and so they are really the partner that we depend on. They have our general ed students. We do not offer it within our K-12 system. Next slide. As a part of this process, we did meet with the preschool team to sort of identify some barriers. I heard from the teachers earlier in the evening and anticipate that we will need many more conversations about that. But we really identified a few barriers. One is the schedule. Our SDC classes and our Kidango afternoon classes are not back to back. So parents of preschool students really need to find an option for supervision for 45 minutes during the day. That's not really practical. It's also totally within our control. And so that's something that we look forward to fixing for outcomes for our families. We also need to continue preschool inclusion with Kidango. We have a current MOU. We are in the second year of our preschool with at Emmanuel. We started last year, didn't start until October of 2019 due to licensing issues. And then due to COVID, it ended in March of 2020. We do look forward to this being our first full program, but again, this is another unusual year. We would like to have another Hillview Crest Kidango class. However, after hearing what I heard today, I want to assure the board that our plan is to create an MOU with Kidango. What that MOU says is not yet set in stone, and there is room to sort of talk about ways we can do that, hopefully in partnership with the school site. However, Hillview Crest is the location of our mild moderate class, and that's really part of the population we are trying to give access to inclusion. In K-12 classes, we have inclusion options, resource specialists, which is like push in for short periods of the day, special day class, speech only, we have a full continuum. We're looking to bring some of those full continuum options to preschool. As was mentioned by the speakers, and I think we can all see it's trickier because we do not directly serve our preschool students. So I do think there is some work to do to hash out the details. Luckily, the plan that we are sending to CDE, which you could see on slide 8, just says that we are going to develop an inclusion model with Kidango at Hillview Crest. And so I look forward to engaging in a conversation around the specifics for that. Next slide. In addition to where we serve our preschool students, we also need to look at our outcomes for our data. The DRDP stands for the Desired Results Developmental Profile. This is an observational profile that serves as a statewide assessment for preschool students. So really you're asking the providers to observe and obtain evidence that the student can do something or knows something. And our data shows a need to improve the outcomes in each of these areas: social, emotional, knowledge and skills, and appropriate behavior. Next. When we look at the DRDP, they've done some work on our behalf. This will be the first year that it is the reports, the individual teacher reports will be available to teachers and are hopefully going to be integrated with our student information system. This should make it easier to use this data to make instructional planning connected. We also want to provide PD around how to use those reports. We want to offer SEEDS curriculum training. SEEDS is a preschool curriculum that is used by many preschools in our areas, including Kidango, that will give teachers more options. Of course, I do not anticipate that we would use this program exclusively or with fidelity. This would be to give us an option. Our first priority would be to provide specialized academic instruction based on student needs assessments and IEPs. We also have had a couple of years of using Kamochis. All of our preschool teachers are trained who are with us, and now our second step would really to be include our paraprofessionals who are valuable partners in our preschool programs. And we hope that these things will develop better outcomes in our DRDP. Next, I'm going to send you back to Ms. Foster to address the post-school outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Kapler. Now I'm going to address element 14, which is post-secondary outcomes. And again, the full report is linked on the left. So for this element, we're really looking at outcomes for students 1 year after they leave high school. In this element, we have some areas of success. We have some students attending vocational programs or who are competitively employed 1 year from exiting high school. However, we want to improve our rate of higher education for students with IEPs. In the 2018-2019 year, 48.28% of students with IEPs reported participating in higher education 1 year from high school, while the statewide target is 54.3%. Next slide, please. In order to improve higher education outcomes for our students with disabilities, we are looking to increase our partnerships with community colleges and to outreach to students with IEPs while they're in high school about supports and opportunities that are available at colleges. Additionally, we also have a plan to improve our data collection process by gathering student contact information as they exit high school. I'm going to hand it back to Ms. Kapler, who will talk to you next about our plans to address disproportionality.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foster. So this is really where we change formats. As I stated in the beginning, the disproportionate indicators are so important, we're required to write a more specific plan. You'll see that the CSACE plan is quite a bit longer and a much more involved process. Because we've been disproportionate in the same 3 areas for 3 years in a row, we're considered significantly disproportionate. And the CSACE plan is linked in blue to this slide. I will review the highlights for you today. New Haven is disproportionate in two areas. We're over-identifying African-American students under the eligibility of other health impaired. And two, discipline suspension for African-American students who receive special education students. The first, the over-identification, that typically happens the majority of the time in early elementary school. And the second, the discipline, while it happens throughout our district, in the year 1819, which is the data that CDE is asking us to address in this particular plan, it really is looking at, if we could affect our middle school population, we could really make a change in this outcome. As a part of this process, we went through an extensive review of our policies, practices, and procedures. We did student file reviews, data reviews, and we held at least 7 different focus groups. And as a result of this, we've come up with several root causes. Marcus Lamb was a partner in this work, and I am going to kick the ball to him to present part of the plan as well. Mr. Lamb?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Lamb.
I apologize, rookie error. Next slide, please. Thank you, Ms. Kapler. And as Ms. Kapler alluded to, we are disproportionate in 2 different areas. And before we can really address these 2 areas, we really needed to identify the root causes as to why we are being disproportionate. And so we met in collaboration with our stakeholders, which included parents, community members, and district staff, to identify the root causes. And we came up with 4. The first root cause is that we have implicit bias in our system and a lack of cultural awareness, resulting in disproportionate suspension of African-American students. The second root cause we identified was an emerging multi-tiered system of support, also known as MTSS, which is not fully implemented across our system, resulting in inconsistent tiered interventions. A third root cause is the lack of consistent implementation and data tracking of both students under Section 504 and the student study team process. And the fourth root cause is a lack of implementation of a consistent discipline procedures and practices, which include pre-referral strategies not being implemented to interrupt student suspensions. Next slide, please. After identifying our root causes, we needed to identify the students who we would apply these early intervention services to. In order to interrupt the over-identification of African-American students identified for special education, we identified a target population of elementary students in grades 1 through 3, including students who are African-American and Pacific Islander who are not proficient on the NWEA district math or reading assessment. And we identified these students as scoring at the 50th percentile or lower, and also students who are not receiving special education services. In order to interrupt the over-disciplining of African-American students, including those students receiving special education, New Haven has identified our secondary students in grades 6 through 8 who are African-American or white, and who have at least 1 student referral and who are not proficient on the NWEA district math or reading assessment, again, identified as scoring in the 50th percentile or lower. Next slide, please. By providing early intervention services to our target population of students, and Ms. Kapler is going to discuss a little bit more about these activities, we hope to meet the 2 following goals. By September 2022, identified sites will utilize the New Haven MTSS framework to build a tiered system, student system, and interventions, resulting in a 5% reduction in overall referrals to student education as measured by data in this special education information system, also known as SACE. Our second goal is by September 2022, the district will build a culturally responsive framework that leads to a reduction of 5% in suspensions for African-American students with IEPs, and we're going to measure this information in our student information system. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Kapler, who will talk about the activities that we will implement.
Okay, thank you. So remembering those two goals, identification for special education in our early grades and trying to interrupt a pattern of discipline for our target group in our middle schools, we have a mixture of activities that are both systemic and targeted to the target group. The first is that we are going to complete a district-wide framework for multi-tiered systems of support. You'll see this as part of the board goals, and this is work that you've heard from us before, and we really have high hopes that this will create systemic change for us in terms of how we intervene for students. We are also going to identify, in collaboration with our labor partners, CSEA and NHTA, an anti-racist or anti-bias professional development for staff. We are going to use the targeted walks, which I believe some members have done with us before, and really use an equity focus, using an equity walk recommended by each site when we return to in-person instruction to determine areas of growth for their site. And then utilizing the data that collected on those equity walks to determine actionable goals to implement and monitor throughout the year. Those are sort of some systemic activities we're going to work on. But we also need to provide direct treatment to the target group. And so we're going to provide case management for students identified in the target group to really look at their interventions, make sure they're working, provide the appropriate interventions, but also, especially at the middle school, directly intervene with students who have referrals or who are getting into trouble much earlier than a possible suspension recommendation, and try and interrupt the pattern for that group as well. We're going to identify a tracking system to support the tracking of our interventions, our 504s, and our student study teams. What you may not realize is that while those are all required documents and all sites do them well, they're right now a Google Doc or even a PDF. And so we can't disaggregate that data in any sort of meaningful way. And even though principals are fairly good at creating spreadsheets at their sites, that data doesn't follow the student from building to building very well. And so we really need a different way to keep track of that information so that we can more closely monitor the appropriateness of the interventions and how well they work. We also want to provide professional developments to our site administrators about the implementation of the discipline matrix and make sure we're continuing with an equitable practice for assigning appropriate disciplinary actions. And prior to suspending a student from our target population, we want to implement an administrator to administrator conference so that an administrator will confer with an administrator from another site to ensure other means of correction are not feasible. And lastly, we really want to hear from our community. We have many parent groups, and one of which is the CAC, which is the SELPA-wide parent group for students with special needs, and really looking at that target group and in almost a listening session in order to identify the needed support at least twice a year. So we're hopeful that this mixture of systemic and targeted actions for the group of students that we've identified will make a difference in this disproportionate data. And that concludes our session. You've seen the highlights from our special education plans, and then the more specific comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. You can see each plan in full by clicking on the links, and we are available to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Sarah Kepler and staff for presenting us with your findings and your plan. So is there any comment or question? I know this will be the action item under action item agenda, item number 12, but you can ask your questions if you have any right now. Any board members?
I have a question.
Sure, thank you.
Trustee
Go ahead.
Nishihira has his hand up too.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
You go ahead first, Trustee Gonzalez.
Okay, so I just wanted to hear a little more about your implicit bias trainings going on.
Mm-hmm. This plan, for lack of a better way to say it, is often a plan to plan. And so you'll see that if you look closely at the document, which I did not show you, but is available to you, that the district's plan in the next year is to identify the PD. So it's not yet identified. We are working with our equity council, our teaching and learning directors to identify that. And so we've identified 2 or 3. We're still doing some research and bringing in groups before we decide on the exact PD program that we're going to choose.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm a elementary teacher in Hayward, and we are taking this very serious. We've carved out many staff meetings or professional developments for the entire staff, modules. We don't need to wait for in-person to really dive into this, and it is completely changed our staff. We're white privilege, debunking white fragility. I mean, there's so many, so rich of a conversation and such a great training. I would just recommend that you look to Hayward Unified School District and see what they're doing. So that's it.
Thank you. I do want to point out that we are also not waiting for in-person, but we are sort of going slow to get it right. And so we want to make sure we engage our partners in choosing this, but we do not intend to wait for in-person instruction to start this work.
Thank you for your input. Member Nishiro? We cannot hear you.
Okay, now?
Yes.
Okay, weird. Okay, my mic was muted and it wasn't muted in Zoom. Okay. Well, thank you very much for this work. It's very, very important, and I've been really championing it for a while. I'm really glad to see that we have some plans in place. So thank you for that. I love the fact that we're starting to have conversations about anti-racism and acknowledging that this is an area that we need to take a hold of, with both hands. One question that I think I didn't hear was, what is the plan for follow-up cadence? And so like how often are we going to hear report outs on this to track progress over time? What is the plan for continued accountability?
CDE does require quarterly progress reports, and so I imagine that could be extended to the board in whatever format is appropriate, but we are required to report back to CDE quarterly on the CSACE plan.
And as a follow-up, I think what would be helpful is that there was a lot of information in this report. One of the things that would be helpful as a board member is to have it distilled to kind of the essence of like, what is the 1 or 2 metrics specifically that we're tracking. And then when we get a follow-up report on that, we kind of focus on that one measurement, and then we continue to track that same thing. All I'm saying is that there was a lot in here. It's a lot of really good stuff, but for the board, at least for speaking on my own behalf, to be able to focus, I'd love to be able to track something very specific over time. So that's my feedback.
If you look at the attached board docs, there is a summary doc. It's much shorter. That could be useful to you, and I will also follow up.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comment from?
Yeah, I have my hand up.
Okay, Trustee Gonzalez.
Okay, I just want to do a comment in conjunction with Trustee Nishihara regarding the smaller chunks of information being presented. We did see the attachment and the other information related to it, but there's so much information to digest. My recommendation would be if we get one topic follow-up at a time rather than getting all of the information at one time. It's easier for us, or at least for me, it would be easier to, even though I've been in education for over 35 years as a teacher and as an administrator, it still is overwhelming to have all the information all at one time. And I'm sure that our public is feeling the same way as they look at this. So it'd be nice to chunk it and get, instead of one huge report once a year, it's probably good to have smaller ones throughout the year so that we are more able to digest information on a doable basis. It's just me talking after 35 years of experience in education.
That makes a
Thank
lot
you.
of sense. Unfortunately, CDE requires them all by the end of this week, so they all came due for us at the same time. But I think that is a point well taken.
Yeah, we don't have to have it at the same time as CDE gets theirs. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Trustee Melissa Joanna Mallory.
Thank you. So I wrote down a lot of questions. I'll try to just ask a couple. So you mentioned the Bridges program was terminated. Is there a reason that was terminated?
I believe it was primarily budget. I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, but our summer school has dwindled over the years.
Okay, is there any further information on why the growth in the assessments has been slow, other than the fact that we obviously haven't had them this year?
The growth in statewide assessments?
Yes.
Okay. I believe they did look at root cause in terms of statewide assessments. I think Megan Foster may be better able to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Kapler. We looked at the areas of really understanding the statewide assessment and understanding the accommodations available. And our teachers provide accommodations in the classroom and really looking at bridging those. And so utilizing the practice test, and a student can get used to using the accommodations that they might use in the classroom, but that are presented slightly differently on the statewide assessment. So being able to have time to practice that ahead of time, being able to see the exam ahead of time, providing professional development to our teachers so they know what's available. Those were some of the root causes. Looking at language that's used in the classroom as well as on the tests, and being able to align the language more.
Oh, okay, and those practices and professional developments weren't previously provided?
These were root causes that we had looked at and we had taken measured steps towards over the last several years in a previous plan called Performance Indicator Review. The CDE has now folded it under one plan called the Special Education Plan. The last 2 years, our statewide assessments there have been some extenuating circumstances around it that have impacted our participation rate for our students, but also our planning and our support of our teachers.
Got it. And then for us new trustees, can you maybe Trustee Gonzalez knows this, but what is included in an equity walk?
Yeah, so previous to our school, in distance learning, we had a pattern in New Haven where we would have a board member and directors, principals, teachers from other sites, not a huge group, but a representative group, go to a school. The school identifies places where they want feedback from their peer groups. We walk through classrooms, give them feedback, and then the school leadership team uses that data to create goals for their site. So we wanted to use the same pattern, but with an equity focus. So we would kind of talk to the site, see what they want feedback on, do the walk, give the feedback, and then let that site use that data that their peers have identified to create equity goals.
Okay, thank you. And then with the anti-racism training or the anti-bias training, is the idea to include all school staff in these trainings or just special education staff?
No, the idea, the CSACE plan in general is for all students, and it is primarily general education and not special ed, because we're trying to affect the data before students get to special ed. But in terms of the systemic changes, MTSS, anti-bias, anti-racism, I'm drawing a blank, but there was one more. Those systemic changes will happen for everyone.
Got it. Okay, well, thank you for answering my questions, and thank you for all the information you presented to us tonight. I appreciate it.
Any other question or comment? So seeing no more hands up, thank you, Director Kepler, again, for your very, very rich presentation, especially in this pandemic. Our special education students, they are suffering more than anybody else. So this is very timely. I would also, like previous board members have mentioned, would like to know that the inequities you have mentioned, are they specific to our district or are they system-wide? So maybe you might not know the answer right now. Maybe in the future, please, you do. Okay, you can give the answer then.
Well, the reason I do is because all of our partners in this work across the state have been in many meetings with CDE, and they have published some of that data. And while it's true I don't have all the data in my mind right now, I can tell you that this is not the first round of significant disproportionality. The areas that we were disproportionate in terms of identification and discipline were the most common in the first round, which we were not yet a part of. And there are still many of those students. Every district in California nearly has some area of disproportionality. It is not all the same area. So for instance, I think our partner in Fremont announced this morning that they had disproportionality for their white students in other health impaired and ED. So that's just not a population that we're disproportionate in. But every district had some level of disproportionality or significant disproportionality.
Thank you. Thank you. It helps to understand that we are not alone.
We are not alone.
That's good. Okay. Thank you. So next agenda item is number 10, information item from the board members and from the superintendent. So I would like to start any board member if they want to share any items for them or any comments or anything, any news.
Yep. I got my hand up.
Okay. Member Nishira.
Okay. So I would say that I'm very, very happy that our district is taking on anti-racism with such fervor. And with that, I would like to voice my solidarity with the farmer protests in Punjab, India. Looking at 2020, we've had macro and geopolitical trends. There was a lot of things that happened this year, everything from our own presidential election to the Black Lives Matter protests resulting from the murder of George Floyd. And I think that we've gotten to a tipping point where we have to battle systemic racism everywhere that it exists. When I first started reading about the farmer protests, according to the New York Times, it was just simply about crop burning. It was about environmental regulations. And the more and more I dug, I started to realize that it is that level of systemic racism that is global. It's everywhere. And we could sit back and we can feel helpless, or we can do something about it. And so I think it's a great opportunity for the Indian government to come together and establish a dialogue and actually figure out a way to make sure that all citizens are brought in to the democratic process. And so I don't know as much as I'd like, and I'm looking forward to learning more from my Punjabi friends in the community. But during the consensus items, I will be asking the board if it feels that it's appropriate to draft a resolution in support of the farmers in Punjab. That's there's a few other things that I could mention during this agenda item, but I'll yield the remainder of my time to the rest of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Canlis. You're muted. You are muted.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to echo what Member Nishihara just mentioned regarding systemic racism. And it's nice to hear that we are doing something about that as far as professional development for our teachers and our staff, because it is really so important to make sure that our students see themselves as part of this society, not just certain group, but everyone is part and a member of this society. So thank you for making sure that those PDs are held. And if possible, I'd like to attend some of those PDs that are being given to our staff members, and maybe even see it in action with the students when it's happening. I'd also like to welcome our new board members. So welcome Trustee Michael Gonzalez and Trustee Melissa, I can't pronounce your Sean Mallory, Swen Mallory to this board. I know it's going to be a collaborative board. I'm sure we won't agree with everything, but I'm sure that everyone will be professional and would really like to listen and share their ideas so that the students benefit. And of course, our staff as well. So I am looking forward to another wonderful year with this new team. I'd also like to share that we attended CSBA via Zoom this time, which is really unusual. We have been attending CSBA for over 10 years in person, and it was, to me, it's a great experience to see other board members all across California, because it has about 5,000 membership. And it's nice to run and get to see other board members, because we're really isolated. We can't talk to each other about issues outside open and closed session because of Brown Act. We shouldn't be talking to each other. So it's nice to be in an environment where you could talk to other people about informal information who are unlike, who are colleagues and in like position. So I'd like to share that. I'm sure some of you attended as well. I saw the list of people attending. And I highly recommend the new board trustee class for the MIG, Masters in Governance. If you haven't done that one, it's really very helpful. Also attended the delegate assembly meeting. And in there we have our new slate of board members for the state of CSBA. And again, thank you, and looking forward to working with you.
Okay, new trustees, you have an opportunity to share, if you want to share something from the CSBA conference, anything is your opportunity to share or ask questions, or even ask questions. Or if you have any plan to ask to bring an item to the agenda, you can also share that. So I don't see any further, you have a hand. Okay, Trustee Melissa Schwen Mallory.
Yes, it's Melissa Swen Mallory. If you feel like you're going to trip up, you can just say Trustee Mallory. That is also fine.
You're practicing.
Yes. I want to echo what Member Nishihira said about the anti-racism training and the unconscious bias training. I'm really glad to see that we're taking that seriously. And moving forward with that, I would hope that it's, you know, integrated into our professional development on a regular basis with our staff and hopefully with our students as well. And I would love to participate along with what Member Kenlis said in any of those developments that I can participate in. I'm very interested in this type of work. So I'm really glad to hear that we're really attacking that. You know, there have been Black Lives Matter protests for so many years, and it's really reached a point in our nation where we're finally having these really difficult conversations, and we're finally willing to get very uncomfortable to talk about tackling systematic racism. And I know that that is something that we need to tackle in our school systems as well as in our general society. So I'm really glad that we're able to have those conversations here. I'm also really happy to be on the board with the new board members. I look forward to collaborating together and putting our students first and making sure that we're giving an excellent education to all of our students. And I also did go to CSBA, and I went to the new member orientation. I really enjoyed that. Actually, I was able to, because we had a Zoom session. So anybody who wasn't there, the new member orientation was held in a Zoom room, kind of what we have now. We were able to see each other and meet other new board members. That was very useful to me, to be able to have, discussions, and we had like little breakout rooms and so forth. So that was really useful. I definitely look forward to taking more advantage of more of the CSBA offerings. And I also attended the conference, which was also very wonderful and insightful. So
Thank you.
Can I also report back?
Sure.
Yes, so I also attended the conference, and that's the California School Board Association, and I did one on special education, and then I did one that was very interesting to me, which is educators of color. And in the state of California, we only have 1% of African American males that are in the education, that are educators out there. And so we need to do a better job of pulling and recruiting them. I know my upbringing in New Haven, I didn't have a male Latino teacher until I was in high school. It was very uncommon. I think it makes a difference there. And I want to give a shout out, a kudos to the ethnic studies department at Logan. We need to carry this all the way through. I know when I got into at Chabot, it wasn't until I took a ethnic studies course, and then that really was a springboard and really instilled and empowered me, and it took my education to the next level. It made me very proud of myself and wanted to continue education. So keep doing what we're doing here in New Haven. And I'd just like to take a point of personal privilege right now at this moment, to relish in the moment, the thought of myself here. I know I talked about special education, but I had a learning disability my entire time at New Haven Unified School District. And I would misbehave. My struggle was reading. And so I want to thank teachers like Derek McNamara's mom, Miss McNamara, who recognized, even though I was paying, and many of the other teachers that I was paying, it was attention-seeking behavior. So every behavior is a form of communication. And so I know I with our fellow board members, I talked a lot about that, about when we're in our closed meeting, about the students that are struggling. That's very personal to me. So every behavior, just know that every behavior is attention-seeking behavior. And so in my case, it was trouble with reading. There's always a cause. And so thank you, board members. I'm looking forward to working more with you. So thank you.
Thank you, all of the board members who have shared their thoughts and stories.
Sarah G, before you go, can I add one more thing in connection with?
Sorry, I missed your raised hand.
Yeah, I have raised my hand a while back. Yeah. I think this is could be tied in with the campaign for the ethnic studies that is being proposed in the legislature. Right now, I know Logan has ethnic studies, and we're fortunate because we're one of the districts who are providing that and allowing our students to see themselves as part of this history of this country. But there's also a campaign on the legislature's desk right now on ethnic studies, and we really need your support. I know you, Mallory, I know you've been supporting a lot of these things too. There's a campaign right now that is proposing ethnic studies for all the districts in California. So when the new information comes out, I'm gonna bring this up again because we're gonna need your support by contacting the governor. Actually, let's put it there. But the governor wanted to investigate more or look at more data for other groups, but it will be coming again out soon. So we're going to need your help. And this should be able to provide what Michael's experience in his schooling to other students in other districts, not just in New Haven, because it's so important. Thank you, Ms. Chima.
Thank you, Trustee Canlis. You have made my job a little bit easier because I was going to say the same thing. I participated in one of the sessions to educate fellow board members or minority teachers in California. There was a webinar, so I was a part of the panel to present that because we have a robust ethnic study program in James Logan High School. So the fight is at the legislative level or the governor's desk, because there is a little bit of misunderstanding, so to speak, that which ethnic groups need to be included into that the template. So that's where the right now, the stalling has happened. Just like Trustee Canlis has mentioned, we will continue to support that program for all of the schools in California so that ethnic studies should become a graduate requirement. So thank you, Member Nishihira, for bringing up that farmers protest in New Delhi from India. Actually, farmers from the region of the state of Punjab, they are leading it at this time because it was impacting them. The law impacted them right now, but the law has been applied to other states as well before. And there was not, people didn't like it, farmers didn't like it, but then there was no such protest. So being from that same region, from the region of Punjab, I was very busy in the last weeks participating in the rallies and protests and showing our support. So really, I can tell you the social justice movement of this year has inspired people all over the world. So people are coming to the streets to express their issues or whatever is impacting them. And being in America, we are very privileged. I know we do have our own issues to handle, concerns and everything. We are not perfect, but still to the rest of the world, we are still a sign of hope. So from that perspective, a lot of community from India or from the region of Punjab, they were outreaching to the congressmen, senators, whoever they can, even to the local school board member. I have signed some resolutions myself. So thank you for bringing that conversation here to have a resolution in the maybe next board meeting. I will ask about the resolution to the rest of the board members in the appropriate time in the end of the meeting. So thank you for participating in the CSBA conference. It's your investment being a better board member to serve better to our students. So thank you for taking the time to attend those conferences and learn. And it also shows that being board members, we are the role models for our students. So if we are learning, we are sending a message to our students and rest of the staff. So from that perspective, it's also good. Take whatever opportunity is available to you to learn more about your role as a trustee. Thank you. So next agenda item number 11.
Oh, sorry, you left me out.
Oh, sorry. Superintendent John Thompson.
That's all right. I just have a few quick things to touch on. First of all, welcome Trustee Schwen Mallory and Trustee Gonzalez. I'm really looking forward to working with you moving forward. We have a governance session that we're trying to plan, and that'll be a great opportunity where we can collaborate in a way that you would normally be able to do at CSBA, but that was lost this year, unfortunately. we're hoping that, I think we have lined up actually one of the presenters from CSBA to lead our governance session, which will be great. Earlier this month, we had a joint council meeting with we have an NHTA, a CSCA, and a parent advisory council. And we had a joint meeting, which was great to get everybody together and hear the different ideas and perspectives being shared in that forum. And that was, I thought, really powerful. And we'll continue to have those as we progress through these crazy times. It's great. You really need to have all of the voices at the table. So that was fun. So many things, as things change, one of the things we're realizing is, I don't know when we're going to get back to full in-person instruction. So we're doubling down on some of our other distance learning and in-person learning opportunities, such as pods and whatnot. Scott's department, for example, Mr. Pizzani's department, is developing a family learning series that we hope to be able to launch to help make it easier for our families moving forward. So anyway, there's a lot more to come with that, and our councils have been a big part of it. I want to thank all of them, CSCA, NHTA, and our parents for participating in those. Also want to thank Scott and Sarah and the team for all of the work that went into that disproportionality plan. I can't, even though it seemed like a lot, I can assure you that the information they were looking at, just to distill it down to here, was mind-numbing. I also want to, it's great that the work that we're doing related to that is work that we need to do anyway. And I want to remind everybody, the board approved a goal 2. This is the work that we are doing in part to make goal 2 happen. So, the board identified this need last year when they approved the strategic plan. And when you look at a strategic plan summary at the end of the year, you're going to see this work lined up. This is part of that piece. So we are fully invested in doing everything we can do to give our kids, all of our kids, the equitable opportunities. So thanks, Sarah and team, for that. And then lastly, just want to thank Annette and her team, who quietly put together the first interim budget. But again, you want to talk about a mind-numbing amount of data and work that goes into that. So thank you, Annette and team. And with that, happy holidays, everybody. I'm all of that too. Before we get into the next phase of work here at our meeting. So that's it for me.
Thank you, John Thompson, for reminding me, actually. I just ran with the 5 board members. Sorry about that. I know you are secretary of the board, but you're part of the team and you are very important team member. So we cannot function without you.
We can have them go first next time so we won't forget.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next is board committee reports, agenda item number 11.1, report from the Budget and Finance Committee. So I will give this opportunity to member Canlis to share her thoughts.
Okay, well, our last board meeting in November, we reported about our meeting in November. And we haven't had any meetings since then. Our next meeting is on February 22nd at 2 p.m., I believe, via Zoom. And I think you got a lot of information from Annette. Do you want some more?
No, that's it.
That was
No.
a very thick 2 inches booklet there.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So agenda item number 11.2, report from the Communication and Advocacy Committee, member Nishira.
Yes. So we met on December 10th. I'll try to distill this to a relatively short list here. So the recommendation that that the committee has put together was let me step back. The main purpose of the meeting was to identify all of the work that we want to complete in this academic year. So this is before June. And so previously we had talked about a lot of different things, right? There was everything, the list was really long. And what we wanted to do is really focus on what we think we can get accomplished by the end of this academic year. And we focused on 2 big things that we're going to try to push forward. One is we want to move our website over from a proprietary platform called EdLeo, which we spend several $1,000s per year for, to a more kind of open source, openly supported web publishing platform called WordPress. And so we talked about strategies for how to make that happen. And I think where we landed was the committee will be recommending to the board that we allocate some funds for a consultant to come in and do the initial build of the template structure on WordPress. That will probably be coming to the board very, very soon, but that's the recommendation from the committee. The second big item was around the rebranding work. In the past, we have talked about, and it seems like the theme for today is the anti-racism and anti-systemic racism. One of the things that we've identified was the issues that we have with our existing logo. We have talked about it in the past about some very specific shaped characters that have very specific gender roles. Also, the unconscious bias of having the white student in the middle at the top, and the black and the brown students on the margins, literally marginalizing the black and brown students. There are a bunch of issues that we've had with that logo, and for the Communication and Advocacy Committee, one of the recommendations will be that we tackle that work on before the end of this year as well. And so those are the big highlights, and so we will be coming to the full board with an information item and a much longer, a much more complete proposal. But that's what we had discussed at our last communication and advocacy meeting. We did not establish the next meeting date because we did not know who was actually going to be on the committee, and we wanted the benefit of knowing who that member was before we set a date. So we will take that offline, and the superintendent will or Lori will corral myself and member Mallory, and we'll figure out the next date for that, and we'll let everybody know once we have it. That's our report. Did I leave anything out, Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Nishihira, for your report. So next agenda item is 11.3, other committees. This is the time when we board members, they share any information from the subcommittees they serve on. For example, I serve on the Mission Valley ROP. If there is any specific notable item, then I will share that. And respective members, they can share from their respective committees. So I will start from this side because Mission Valley ROP, they're about to finish their culinary arts classroom at James Logan High School. I think Superintendent John Thompson, if you can confirm that if it's finished or it's still going on. I think there is a ribbon cutting ceremony scheduled, or what's going on with that?
I haven't got notice of the completion date yet, but I'll have to look into that.
I see. Yeah, it's pretty close, almost done. They presented it to us in the PowerPoint. So pretty soon that information will be shared with us. Another notable thing I can say, member Ray Gonzalez from Newark, he served on the Mission Valley ROP for a long time. And he served on the Newark board member, I think maybe 4, 5, 6 terms, something like that, for a long time. So he retired finally. So that was his last board meeting. And Newark has all 5 brand new board members, except one board member. She has 2 years tenure. She got appointed in the last cycle. And they have 4 brand new and 1 board member with 2 years experience. And imagine that. So that's my report. And if you can share your reports from your side. Now, let's see whose hand is first. Trustee Linda Canlis.
All right. I will talk about Facilities Committee and also AXBA. We've had at least 3 Facilities Committees meetings via Zoom, discussing the elementary, middle school, and high school. I would like to call it the the dream team of people trying to see what they would like the schools look like. So they've met with the community as well, and they brought those suggestions back to these meetings. And it is really fascinating to see what people are wanting to see in their schools. But I think my biggest takeaway from that is that I like all the things that they're talking about, and I know it's going to be happening within a span of 10 years or even more. But at the end of the day, I think we need to remember that the amount of work that we could do for all the schools, elementary all the way to high school, would depend on how much money we get from bonds from the community. And the idea that whatever we do, we got to make sure that we provide equity for all the students. And then the other component that was brought back there too is that post-COVID, when we come back, the architecture of our facilities may look different from what we know right now. So it's an exciting committee to be a part of, because you could actually dream about how your schools should look like. And people are actually sharing that, and it's nice to be a part of that team. The other one is the Alameda County School Board Association. Our next meeting is in January, and that meeting we will have CSBA Dennis Myers, who will be talking about the state budget. And that is important because we need to really know how much we'll be getting or what is being proposed that we should be getting as far as budget is concerned. Just a side note on the request to put on the ballot for more funding for 2022 is still out there. It has not gone away. So we're gonna need you again on that one to help us lobby for more funding for our schools. Although it's probably gonna be more difficult now with the money being limited since COVID. But just, I want you to know that that's still there for us to be, I hope that you would support that. Let's see. But we have 2 more meetings after that, but we will send you the email. The email will be coming from Penny Peck from San Leandro, inviting everyone to attend this meeting via Zoom. They're very informative, so I highly recommend you come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Member Canlis. Trustee Nishihira next.
Sure. So I'm gonna report out on the New Haven Schools Foundation, and so we had a meeting. I think it was just a couple weeks ago. I think it was a couple Thursdays ago. And aside from the normal, budget readouts and budget reports, there was a topic that we had talked about, which was around how might the New Haven Schools Foundation be, how can it serve some of our groups on campus? And it started out with this. I had been trying to, I personally, as an individual, have been trying to donate to a couple causes on the James Logan campus that do not have 501c3 status. And while there are ways for us to donate through ASB, there are barriers for corporate giving platforms, as well as things like the donor advised funds. A lot of the either donor advised funds or even like Facebook charities, they will only distribute to a 501c3 organization that is found on GuideStar. And so part of that was, part of the conversation was, how can the foundation serve a role in being able to channel corporate dollars from, because where I work, they allow me to match or donate $2,500 per year. And that's actually not the biggest. Google allows every employee to donate or match up to $20,000. And there's a lot of corporate money that could be going to organizations within our schools, but our schools are not really well set up to do it. A lot of these platforms will only give to 501c3. And at the beginning, the New Haven Schools Foundation, from its origin, had always been considered, or was always aimed to be, the 501c3 arm of the district. And so this was originally in its mission. And so we led a discussion on how the foundation could serve it as an intermediary role in serving student organizations. There were a couple of points that we needed to get through, which is like the administrative fees for the processing, because we only have one executive director, very understaffed. We can't have that executive director handling $10 and $25 donations. So there's going to be some level of administrative overhead that the foundation will have to account for. So with that, the reason why I'm telling the board this is because there will likely be a request in upcoming board meetings to either amend or add to our MOU with the foundation to be able to accommodate for things like this. There's no details right now because we haven't really put together the full recommendation, but I at least wanted to apprise the board and the public that this is a conversation that is happening. That was one of the primary discussion topics from the New Haven Schools Foundation meeting a couple of Thursdays ago. So that concludes my report for the New Haven Schools Foundation.
Thank you. Any other members, they want to share something? I don't see any hands up. So I'm gonna move to the next item. So one thing from Member Nishihira's conversation, I would like to see if we can have, if the board members can have, can take a look at the current MOU for the foundation and between the and our district. If it can be find out and send it to us. Thank you. So action item number 12.1, resolution number 18-2021, supporting mental health awareness and staff and student wellness. Thank you so much for bringing this resolution forward with this very timely, timely manner. Anybody would like to volunteer to read the resolution, please? Trustee Nishihira, you are number one. Thank you.
Okay. New Haven Unified School District Board of Education Resolution 0182021, supporting mental health awareness and staff and student wellness. Whereas the New Haven Unified School District recognizes that the mental health and wellness of our staff and students is critical to effective teaching and learning, and whereas the New Haven Unified School District has made student wellness a priority in Goal 2 of our strategic plan, which supports wellness and socio-emotional learning, and whereas the New Haven Unified School District has made employee wellness a priority in Goal 3 of the strategic plan, which promotes employee professional and personal wellness, and whereas the current COVID-19 pandemic has created unprecedented pressure and stress on our students and employees, and whereas we need to prioritize mental health and wellness of our students and employees has never been greater, and whereas the need for the state of California and the United States federal government to prioritize and appropriately fund resources for school districts to support the mental health and students and teachers has never been greater, and whereas the New Haven Teachers Association recognizes the need to support and prioritize mental health of students and staff as demonstrated in the resolution adopted by NHTA, which is attached to this resolution, therefore be it resolved that the New Haven Unified School District affirms support for the prioritization of student and employee mental health and well-being, passed and adopted by the Governing Board of Education of the New Haven Unified School District, County of Alameda, this 15th day of December, 2020, by the following vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So since this is an action item, may I have a motion and second to approve the resolution number 018-2021?
So I'd like to make a
Supporting,
motion.
supporting mental health awareness and staff and student wellness.
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis moved, and then Member Nishihira has seconded.
Mhm.
Any comments or questions?
Yeah, sorry, I should have raised my hand. I did want to commend the staff and as well as NHTA for recognizing this very, very important issue. I have a student in high school right now, and the current learning environment definitely highlights the need to remain vigilant with regard to student mental health, giving our students, the permission or actually the requirement to get outside and get some sunshine and walk around and it's really good that we prioritize wellness both mentally as well as physically. So I did want to commend the staff and the district and our teachers and other bargaining units. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It did
Any other
say
comment?
staff and students, so thank you for that. Yeah.
Any other comment?
I would like to thank the staff for putting this forward and this resolution, and for NHTA for supporting it. As someone who has struggled with mental health in the past and who seeks care on a regular basis, I think this is a very important issue for our students, especially now with the shelter in place. I've heard much feedback from our community that this form of learning has taken a toll on our students' mental health and on our teachers' mental health as well, our staff, and really everyone. So I think that this is a great thing for us to prioritize.
Thank you so much for your comments. We all know it's very difficult time for us having all those meetings virtually, sitting in front of the screen. It's it affects our health. I'll know the main thing that made me very happy is that we are partnering with the NHTA. This is the first time I have seen the similar resolution from NHTA at the same time. So I really appreciate that working staff with our NHTA partners. Thank you. So roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.2, approval of the 2021 first interim report and multi-year projections. So earlier there was a presentation. If members did not get a chance, they can ask it right now. So may I have a motion and a second to approve the 2020-2021 first interim report and multi-year projections?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion, comments, questions? Roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Unmute.
Unmute.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.3, adoption of 2020-21 local control funding formula budget overview for parents. May I have a motion and a second to approve 2020-2021 LCFF budget overview for parents?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any comments, questions, discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.4, approval of the proposed reopening plan 2021 May I have a motion and a second to approve the proposed reopening plan 2020-2021?
So moved.
Seconded.
Discussion, questions, comments?
I had my questions answered already. I called the superintendent earlier.
Thank you. Seeing no comments, no questions, may I have a roll call, please?
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
No.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. So 12.5, approval of the special education significant disproportionality comprehensive coordinated early intervention services plan. May I have a motion and a second to approve the special education significant disproportionality comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan?
So moved.
Second.
I need a second. Okay. Motions Linda Canlis and second trustee Nishira. Any comment, questions, or discussion? Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.6, approval of James Logan High School Career Technical Education CTE Advisory Committee. May I have a motion and a second to approve the James Logan High School Career Technical Education CTE Advisory Committee?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any comment, question, discussion? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.7, approval of K through 12 school plan for student achievement for 2020-21. May I have a motion and second to approve the K through 12 school plans for student achievement for 2020-2021?
So moved.
Seconded.
Any comments, questions,
Yeah.
discussion?
I have some comments.
Okay,
Again,
trustee Dennis. Mhm.
I would like to thank the schools for doing such a good job on completing these. And I know it's a lot of work, but it's important to make sure that we provide what we need to provide to our students. And I also noticed that that Alvarado did a good job in making sure, both of them, making sure that there is parity on the staff and the community members in the school site. So thank you for doing that. It's not just on these schools, but in all our schools. It looks like, even though we didn't have testing this past year, but it looks like one of our biggest, not concern, but what we need to look at is math. So we need to continue in looking ways on how we could move our students a little bit more in the met standards or even above standards. So I think math seems to be a district-wide focus that we need to look at a little bit more in the future. But thank you again for correlating the issues that we need to look at and the intervention and aligning the funding with the projects and interventions that we are going to put for our students. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you for your comments.
Question?
Who is trustee Gonzalez? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why these together, why aren't these separate motions? Why is Alvarado and Logan, they're single plans together?
I can address that. Normally we have all, for example, in November, we had all of the other, we normally have all schools in one motion, in one plan, because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages for them all. And these two, we did not bring forward in November with the others because there's some technical errors in there that we fixed. And so they're brought together this time. but typically the board approves them in mass, all schools in one action item.
Okay. So no more questions and comments. May I have a roll call, please?
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.8, resolution number 019-2021, signature card, board members. Education Code section 42,632 requires that signatures of all governing board members must be filed with the county superintendent of schools. So may I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 019-2021, signature card, board members?
So moved.
Second, I need second.
Second.
Any comment, questions, or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.9, recommended readmissions, Education Code section 48,900. May I have a motion and a second to readmit student number 1 through 3?
So moved.
Second.
I know we do had our session in the closed session for asking any questions or anything, but in case somebody has any other question. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Agenda item number 12.10, recommended readmissions, Education Code section 48,900. May I have a motion and a second to deny readmissions to student number 1 through 9?
So moved.
I need second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion, comments, questions?
You have a point of information, just procedurally. I know we can't really disclose anything in our closed meeting, but if you wanted to, you disagreed with a denial or something, the time would be during closed discussion to pull that.
Right.
Make a motion there. Okay. So
Yes.
just for
Let on for you guys.
future notice. Thank you.
Yeah, next time, yes. Okay. Seeing no further comment or question, roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Next portion of the agenda is consent agenda items. So if any member wants to have a separate vote or a comment or any of the agenda items from 13.1 through 13.13, please let me know right now. Seeing none, may I have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 13.1 through 13.13?
So moved.
Seconded.
Member Canlis moved and trustee Melissa Schwen Mallory seconded. Any comments, questions, or clarifications? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Schwinn Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. So number 14, agenda item number 14, there is nothing because we have not withheld anything from the consent agenda item. So number 15 is governance review, assessment of governance procedures and protocols. This is where as board members, we kind of reflect upon our own participation or board's participation in the today's meeting. And if we see there is some improvement needed or any protocol, anything you call out at that time.
May I say something?
Sure, thank you.
I would like to commend our new board members. They did such a great job in being part of this meeting tonight. So thank you. You look like you've been doing this for a while. Are you sure this is your first time? Good job.
I was
thank
a commissioner. Michael's a teacher, so
Yeah.
you had practice.
Well said,
Thank
Trustee Canlis. We are so glad that you are so prepared for the meeting. So that's why we don't waste time then, so to speak. When all of us, we have studied our materials and have mostly asked our questions. Our superintendent, Dr. Thompson, he does a very well job. He asks us on Monday that if we have any questions from the board packet. So please, at the time, you can ask any questions. You can ask all of us, me, Linda Canlis, or member Nishira. We are one team, and I am thankful again for providing me this privileged opportunity to be your board president. Even though Linda Canlis and Trustee Nishira have not supported me, but I will prove my mettle and we will work together.
Can I go back to what you just said, Trustee Chima? We cannot call each other about stuff that is being discussed on the board. We need to specifically call or contact superintendent's office if we have questions or if we want to discuss something. We don't want to break Brown Act. We cannot talk to each other about any issues that is potentially going to be in the agenda or board meeting topics. We just want to make sure that, I know everybody is probably aware of that already, but because it was mentioned, I know we could help you out if you want to have coffee about something that's not on the agenda or on questions that is not agenda. I'm more than happy to do that with you, but anything that is about the agenda or anything that is about what's happening here, we cannot discuss among ourselves. That would be breaking Brown Act.
Thank you for the clarification. So what I meant to say was that operational wise, and our superintendent does an excellent job. So you can always reach out to him, and it's okay if you ask him, and he will find out the answers for us. Anybody else want to express anything else?
Yeah, point of order. I just want to remind the entire board that when it's public comments, please do not speak after them. I know a lot of us know who they are and want to, answer their question or comment to them. But, it's about being a board member and being professional. And we do not comment on them. It comes off as bias, like we know them, we know their history. So just listen to their comments and say thank you, and then we can go ahead and move on. So that's it.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Usually we do read that text. We actually made that part of our governance session to read it aloud so that participating members of the community, they know that we will not be answering their questions or commenting back. So because it's a board's meeting, public has the right and privilege to participate and listen to all the information. But this is not the time to ask the question to the board members or expect answers from us. Thank you for pointing out. So no further comment, and agenda item number. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay, sure.
I just want to commend the superintendent and the staff for all the work that went into preparing us new board members for the meeting today. I have spoken to board members from other school districts. I won't name any school districts, but they did not receive the amount of preparation that we did. They did not have orientations. They did not have meetings with, you know, with the key staff members, and we did. So I just really want to commend you all for that. I felt very prepared for today. I hope you're ready for me to call and ask lots of questions in the future as well. So thank you very much for all of that. I just really wanted to make sure that we pointed out how much hard work went with superintendent and all the vice superintendents and Lori, and I just really appreciate it.
Except for Derek.
No, all of us. All of you guys
kidding.
work
But
so
did I
hard.
say her name right? Did I say her name right? I just want to make sure.
It's
We have very
Swen,
professional staff. Very professional staff.
Schwen.
Swen is very, very close. Swen is the actual,
Schwen.
but you know, sure, Swen, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, and she's okay with the just saying trustee Mallory. That's fine. She
Yes.
already said that. Okay, thank
Too much
you.
time.
Yeah. Next agenda item, board consensus, board member request of the staff. So this is where, like Member Nishir has mentioned during his comments, that he would like to see a resolution. So if other board member, they don't have any objection, then we can direct the board, direct our staff superintendent to craft a resolution to support the farmers movement in India at this time. Seeing no objections, so Member Nishihira, I think you mentioned in the next board meeting, January. I thought it'll be more timely if we can create the resolution right now, but we can present it in the January board meeting. But
Sure.
I think we can have the press release earlier, so to, you know, it does not seem like, oh, it's late. Is that okay?
I, as an individual board member, I have no objections to that.
So any other board members, do they have any objection to this? So how about Superintendent John Thompson? Do you have time to prepare this resolution?
Well, we've got 2 days before winter break and I lose all my staff, or 3 days. So I don't know exactly what you're asking. We will have a resolution for the board to approve in January. I'm not sure what you want before then.
Okay.
What do you envision happening with a resolution? I mean, we can
I
draft
think
a resolution.
me and Leslie Shira, if you want to participate too, we can provide with the language. Will be just a standard resolution. I can provide you with the language.
No, I understand that. But the board has to approve the resolution as a unit. So there's not
I
much
see what you
do.
mean. We cannot have the, okay. So
But we'll prepare one. That's not a problem.
right. Okay, so we need to figure it out.
Yeah.
How we can do that. So for now, I think we are okay with the January resolution then. Right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. With no further business.
Wait, I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sometimes I take a look at the, okay, Trustee Linda Canlis.
Yeah, I know that we're planning to schedule a governance session on February 23rd. Is that correct?
Yeah, we got the date. I reserved it.
Yeah. Is that a whole day, or are we planning to have chunks of times, 3 times, or are we just having one whole day?
My understanding from the email I received is that it's the afternoon session.
So just one session?
Evening session, yeah.
Just one session.
Superintendent Thompson, can you intervene, please?
Yeah. The presenter that we have right now is available that afternoon and in the evening. So it looks like it'd probably be, that's a date to put on there for probably, we can set a start time whenever you want, but it's not a full day session. It could be, we could decide at that meeting that we wanted to have a series of them, but it's not designed to be a full day.
The other question is, I know that's not till February, but I think it's important that we do a refresher on the Brown Act. Is it possible to send everybody on the BC what that means, so that new board members and us old people could have a refresher on what that is, because it's just so important. It's so easy for people to hold conversations without knowing that they're breaking Brown Act. They could just phone call and say blah, 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 and then they call somebody else and they discuss the same thing. That's a daisy chain right there. It's 3 people already talking and they're already breaking the Brown Act. So can we have a BC to discuss that in summary before the February meeting?
Yeah, that's not a problem. I have some distillations that different law firms have prepared for us in the past that kind of summarize the Brown Act and the key points, and I can send that out to the board in a BC. That might be really helpful.
Thank you so much.
Also, I think CSBA, they offer a Brown Act session.
Yeah.
If you can check the schedule and whoever board member they want to sign up for that, because it's virtual, you don't have to go anywhere now. So they can avail themselves that opportunity too.
Right. But I think it's important that we get that as soon as possible before people sign up for that.
Yeah, find out the schedule from
recently,
CSB.
Sorry. They recently had a session as part of the new member orientation, which was here in the morning before. So I attended that. I don't know what kind of permission we'd need from CSBA, but I think that we could maybe get the presentation or a recording if we ask them. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, we'll get you something. It shouldn't. It's not a problem. CSBA, the legal firms we work with, all have summaries of the key areas of the Brown Act that board members should pay attention to. So we'll get that out in a BC.
Yeah, even our own legal team, they might be able to provide some resources for us. Yeah,
not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One more thing, and can we also include guidelines regarding closed session?
Yeah, that's part of the, that's typically part of it. So.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you. So all of you staff and fellow board members have happy holidays. Hopefully New Year will bring better news for all of us. And for now, we need to work with each other, help each other, and make local connections. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your service.
See you next year.
See you. This meeting is adjourned. It's 8:49.